want to say that we are live. Hopefully that's going through as it should. Let me help out this chat. Actually, I'll get it up on my phone. Okay. All right, we'll see what's up. Or is the audio coming through just fine? What's up, guys? See if the audio is coming through. I'm using the built-in mic on the laptop, and it's not the best, to be completely honest with you. All right, we're good. Let's see if I can show this now. All right, there we go. So we should have Jupiter on screen right now. All right, let me move that more towards the center. Good enough. It's good enough for now. All right, so I'll leave it at full frame. And we'll see what's up. Yeah, there's some moons here. There's a moon right there and a moon right there. I don't know if you can see my cursor, but yeah, the moons are there. We're going to do 2 frames per second, mono 16, fits files, because why the hell not? All right, we're going to start capture. We're going to do unlimited. We'll just call this Jupiter. And let's see, we're starting at 7:08 p.m. So we'll leave it at that, and let's just start capturing some frames. Very low frame rate because that's all I need for a time lapse. And yes, it is in black and white. This is the ASI 174mm. It's a monochrome camera. Fear not, guys. I will be purchasing a color camera in the not too distant future. But for now, this is what you get. Are you sure it's not a drone? I swear those are just planes. Those are just planes. I'm sorry. They're just planes. And if you hear yapping and barking in the background, I'm sorry. That's the neighbor's dogs, and there really isn't anything I can do about it. So we'll have to make do with what we got. All right, let me turn off the light here. Let's see. All right, went inside, I turned off the light, the porch light, so I have zero reason to believe that's going to help anything, but whatever. It's good to go. All right, so looks like we're good. All right, so let's stop the capture. All right, that was just a test. All right, 6 dropped. And that's not so bad. Wonder why I had some drop frames there. Maybe there was a hiccup. All right, so we're going to increase this. Let's do 15 frames per second, but for an extended period of time, that might be way too much for a time lapse. I'm going to do 4 frames per second. That seems pretty good. We'll leave it at that. Start capture, and we'll do Jupiter 711, which was a part-time job, unlimited, and start. All right, let's see what happens. That shouldn't be too taxing for the computer. I've also been running into some stability issues with my laptop, and I have no idea why. I'm in Florida right now. I managed to come back to my home, which I love. It's better than dealing with New England in the winter because it sucks. It's really nice to handle the telescope when you can actually feel your hands. Such a luxury. But yeah, I've been running into stability issues, and I ran into that tonight. I did get the infamous blue screen of death, and I hope that's not a repeat thing. I'll have to run some sort of diagnostic on this thing to make sure everything's on the up and up. But as of right now, everything seems to be working. Let's hope it stays that way. I don't know. The slight movement that you're hearing, that you're seeing, I should say, is just the shimmer of the atmosphere. Now, I'm not doing any sort of corrective tracking or anything like that. This is just the scope doing what it does best. This is a GPS mount, so it knows exactly where it is, exactly what time it is. So I shouldn't have too many issues. I'm going to get as many frames as I can and hope for the best. And if I need to adjust it, so be it. That's not really going to hurt anything when I do the time lapse. And I'm hoping to collect a significant number of frames. I do have a drive that I can store all these frames on in the meantime, and then later on I'll make a time lapse out of it. Sounds flat to me, Reds. Monochromatic light source. Yes, it is indeed monochrome. So this is right up your alley. So all in all, it's a good night. Nice and clear. Nice and clear. I would very much like to see what I capture after I stack all these frames. Should be nice. Turquoise Laura. The reason why I went with a black and white camera is because this camera is a global shutter. So if you imagine your camera sensor as a bunch of little tiny pixels, then what it does normally is it will record the top row of pixels, then the next row of pixels, then the next row of pixels all the way down. And what you get is a rolling shutter. Now, that's okay for normal uh, video applications, but what happens is that uh, you can induce a jelloing effect if you move the camera very rapidly. A global shutter does not have those problems, and the purpose of this particular camera is to track the International Space Station. And while the mount and the predictive tracking software, they do a great job, they're not perfect. So the image does bounce around in the frame a bit. And that movement will make a jello-like image with a normal rolling shutter camera. But because this camera is a global shutter, I don't have any of the jelloing issues if the subject moves around in the frame rapidly. So that's why I went with a monochrome camera, because this camera is a global shutter, and for the life of me, I cannot find a color global shutter camera. I just can't find it anywhere. I don't know if it exists. I know that they're out there, but one that preferably isn't complete dog shit and has decent resolution and quality. Apparently, those are really, really hard to find. Or I imagine they are prohibitively expensive. So I went with this camera for tracking the International Space Station, which I did successfully. And I'm using this camera right now just to test some things out. Um, Eventually, very, very soon actually, I'm going to be purchasing a color camera. It's called the Saturn C Square. That's going to be the next camera I purchase for this telescope, and then I will have color images for my planetary shots. For the space station, I'm still going to be using this camera because of the global shutter feature. So, yeah, that's the reason why. Here's 2 quid towards a color camera, Reds. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. I won't be here long tonight. I've had a bad epilepsy day, focal seizures, and some strange new shit. So I best get some sleep. Please behave all. Thank you very much, Turquoise. I appreciate you stopping by. Um, Also, I do want to take this opportunity to acknowledge something. Recently, the community suffered a loss. Glober Mom unfortunately passed away. So I just want to say my condolences to her family. She was a valued member of this community, and she will be missed. I don't know the details of her passing, but whatever the reason, um, just know that she was an awesome part of this community. She was, for the longest time, a moderator on this channel until I cut down on the moderators significantly. It was nothing that she did. Obviously, I was just cutting down on the numbers. But she was an amazing friend as well. I had multiple conversations with her, and she will indeed be missed. It sucks. So, my condolences to her family. If there is anything that I can do not hesitate to reach out. But yes, RIP Glober Mom, you will be missed. Do want to say that if I do make a successful time lapse from these captures, I will be dedicating that time lapse to Glober Mom. So yeah, hello AT2 Productions. Good to see you. Yeah, Glober Mom was one of the best, absolutely. And it sucks. It's always the good ones that go. It's not fair. I'm telling you, it is not fair. So yeah, sad news. Obviously, sad news. But we will persevere. We are going to continue. We are going to make flat earthers cry. Glober Mom would want nothing less. So it shall be done. Let's see. Yes, I do remember Triggered Limey as well. He actually referenced one of my videos, and then not long after, unfortunately, passed away. Um, damn shame. Like I said, damn shame. You know, I remember a bunch of people that we lost that we really shouldn't have. They should still be here. Um, let's see, we have Psystrike. Psystrike should still be here. Booleanator should still be here. OPT Lawyer should still be here. And definitely Triggered Limey and Glober Mom. They should still be here. Way too soon. Way too soon. Well, that was nice of Dave. That was a good idea. That was a good idea. Very nice of Dave. But yeah, we'll dedicate this time lapse to Glober Mom if it turns out to be successful. But it looks like we're collecting frames, so everything seems to be working. And it's a beautiful night. Yeah, someone's lighting some fireworks in the background. Lovely. Yeah. Second best Bob, yes. She was a lovely lady. Very good friend, too. Very good friend. I got a notification on the phone. Yeah, the seeing is decent. Yeah, it's decent seeing. I think so, at least. I mean, you can definitely see the cloud bands on Jupiter. Actually, I think this is the first time I'm filming Jupiter through the 2x Barlow. I think this is the first time. Hmm, nice. Milestones. All right, let's see. What do you think Jupiter smells like? Flurf farts? Let's go with yes. Let's throw some flurfs in and find out. I think getting there would be very expensive. Very, very expensive. Reds, is your camera able to show the red spot clearly? I hope so. Let me see. What time is the red spot supposed to reveal itself? Let me check Sky Safari. Zoom in on Sky Safari. Nothing at 8. Nothing at 9. Oh, the red spot should show itself fully by 10 o'clock. 7:25 right now. And then great red spot goes away around midnight. So you should be able to see the great red spot fully by 10. The question is, do I want to stay out that long? That's the question. Do I want to stay out that long? Yeah, the moons are there. I do see Jupiter drifting in the frame a bit, so I will have to recenter it eventually, but I'll cross that bridge when I come to it. Also, I don't know if the orientation is correct. Um, Probably should have checked that before I started, because the orientation can be flipped and skewed and fucked up because of the star diagonal. Loggy, have no idea. Haven't spoken to either of them. Let me check the orientation on Sky Safari. Yeah, so right now. No, that looks to be right. Yeah, so the one closest to Jupiter is Europa, and the one further out is Io. Yeah, that's the correct orientation. Yeah, that's correct. Good. At least according to Sky Safari, it's correct. Yeah, there's a moon right here, and there's another moon right here. You can see both of them. Now, granted, this isn't the best camera, but should be good enough. Again, the only reason I got this camera is because of the global shutter. That's the only reason it's in my arsenal. Otherwise, I would have used a color camera for this purpose. Yep, I would have used a color camera for this exact purpose. Oh well, make do with what we got. If someone wants to do some fast math, if I'm doing 4 frames a second and we're going to be recording this thing for like 3 hours, how many frames is that? 4 frames per second by 3 hours. Someone else do the math for me. I'm too lazy. Yeah, it's the motion blur that really kills shots of the ISS. So a global shutter is a must, in my opinion. Just because the damn thing bounces around in the frame so much. I just ruined the start of break for 22 of my students. Sent a mass email to the parents of students with an F in my class. Sucks to be them. Rolling is okay for planetary stuff. I have no issues with rolling shutter with planetary. But for the ISS, it 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 makes a fucking mess. The rolling shutter makes an absolute mess. And soon I'm going to adjust Jupiter in the frame here. God, someone's lighting some serious fireworks in the background. Also going to have to eventually plug this laptop in. Luckily for me, I have infinite power. Because I have an extension cord. Yeah, it moves way too fast. I was able to successfully get a shot of the ISS with this camera, and in my opinion, it's awesome. Absolutely gorgeous. Now, obviously, it doesn't look as good as Astronomy Live's shots of the ISS, but if you look at his video, he has a significant amount of jiggle in his shots, while mine has less detail overall. Um, Mine doesn't have any of those jiggles. My shot of the ISS is solid. So, in my opinion, it was a worthy compromise. Fake extension cord. The extension cord is CGI. Yeah, and this is also through a really shitty star diagonal too. Don't worry, that's getting upgraded as well. I got a lot of shit that's coming in. Like a lot of shit. Got a new camera, a new star diagonal, a new finder scope option, a lot of good shit, and a whole bunch of 3D printed parts. They're all coming in. Looks like there's a police chase going on. Wee woo, wee woo, wee woo. I kind of like the brightness as it's set right now. So, The exposure is only 1.4 milliseconds. We're at maximum gain and 1.4 milliseconds. So I'm satisfied with that. So let me I'm going to run inside real quick. I'm going to get the charging brick for my laptop and get that ready when the time comes. So stand by. I will be right back. All right. All right. We are plugged in, and at a moment's notice, I can turn on the power and save the laptop from shutting down. Yeah, the atmosphere is jumping around a bit, which does objectively suck, but I'm going to be stacking these frames anyway. I think I'm going to do a 5 frame stack progression for the time lapse. And I think it's going to look pretty sweet when all is said and done. But yeah, I'll stay out here as long as I possibly can. Don't want to lose this opportunity, and I want to see the Great Red Spot. I don't think I've ever filmed the Great Red Spot before. So, assuming the weather holds, which I think it will, if the forecast is to be believed, then we should see the Great Red Spot tonight. So, good things all around. Good things all around. So, we'll keep collecting frames for the time lapse. Should be good. And because Jupiter rotates so quickly, it should be pretty dramatic. You're going to see that rotation very clearly. At a higher FPS, it would look slightly darker. Well, it's actually the frames per second in reality. Um, what I just said is true only to a certain extent. At these low FPS ratings, it's not really going to matter because the exposure time is so short. Again, this is only at 1.4 millisecond exposure time. So the frame rate isn't really going to matter all that much when we're dealing with like 3 frames per second, 5 frames per second, stuff like that. So It's really the exposure that you gotta look out for. So I set the exposure to something that I'm satisfied with, where you can see the cloud bands. And yeah, I'm not going to change anything while this thing's capturing frames. That would be stupid. So we're going to leave those controls untouched. We're just going to collect as many frames as possible. Eventually, I'm going to bump this thing to the other side of the frame to keep it centered. So I'll lose about maybe 30 frames in that process, but I can always take those out. And no one's going to see a 30 frame gap with the time lapse. No one's going to notice it. And it may even be less than that. I may only lose like 15 frames. Yeah, it's too damn windy. That's the one thing I wasn't expecting about New England. It's fucking windy. So you're gonna touch yourself instead of the settings? How very Florida man of you. Just wait till you see the news. Florida man caught committing sexual acts on a tree while telescope took pictures of Jupiter. All Florida man stories are unnecessarily sexual. Yeah, so far we collected 7,000 frames, and we've been going for 30 minutes. Now, I do know that roughly 16,000 frames is about 80 gigabytes. I have 505 gigs to spare, so that should be enough for a multi hour time lapse. I also have an external drive that I can dump all of these files into so that I can clear up some space to actually process this shit. Because this is going to be a fucking bear to process. It's going to suck, but that's life. But everything seems to be working as it should. Again, we'll go until we see the Great Red Spot. But I'm gonna bump the image a bit with the scope. So let's see if I can do this without screwing anything up. I may lose some frames here, but so be it. All right, there we go. Not too bad. I don't think I lost too many frames. Let me bump that down in the frame a bit. There we go. Much better. I'll just cut those frames out. Let's see, that was frame 7,300 something, 7,350 roundabout. So I'll just cut out that chunk. No big deal. The rotation is pretty extreme, but when doing a rolling stack, if you only stack like 5 frames at a time, you're not really introducing blur. Um, the frame rate is too quick for that. Gotta love that coastline paradox. Oh, is that the mathematical paradox to where with greater and greater resolution you get a longer and longer coastline? And at infinite resolution you essentially have an infinitely long coastline. Is that the paradox that we're talking about? I think that's the paradox you're talking about. Yeah, the red spot's not visible yet. It will be later. Yes, got it. Thank you, AT2. What is this goal thing? Add goal? The fuck is this shit? 10. Alright, I'm gonna try something. Uh, Pay no attention to it. Pay absolutely no attention to what I'm trying here. Alright, let's see. Just name this as a test. Okay. Goal created. Red's Rhetoric just started a goal. Goal created. Red's Rhetoric just started a goal. Yeah, pay no attention to that. That's fake news. Pay no attention to that. Fake news. It's just a test. Can I turn that shit off? See goal. Oh, 0 out of 10. Fuck it. I'm just gonna leave it there. But pay no attention to it. Do not send me $100 super chats. Keep your money. You know what? Let me see if I can turn that shit off, actually. I'm not going to keep it up. Remove goal. Remove. Goal successfully disabled. Yay. Can't afford £100. Sorry. Yo, that's totally cool. That's totally cool. Do not spend money on this live stream. But again, I do appreciate all the super chats I get, but make sure they're low dollar, like $1, $2, stuff like that. I'm not worth $100. Not even fucking close. All right. Let's see where we're at here. 36% remaining on battery. I'll let it run a little bit longer. As soon as it gets to around 20%, I'll turn on the power. At low frame rate, I'm not using that many resources on this machine. At least in theory. But yeah, how's it coming through on the live stream? Can you guys see the moons and stuff? Because you have a moon right here, and you have another moon right here. There, it's right at the top of the cursor, and right at the top of the cursor. This one right here is slightly more visible, I think, than this one. Yeah, I think this one is slightly more visible. I think this is Io, if I remember correctly. No moons. Damn it. Oh well. Well, I can see them. they'll come through on the time lapse. I'm sure of it. A little grainy on our end. Okay. You could always make a Jupiter clock app like Dearth. I will never make. I will never make an app. Absolutely not. I'm not the guy to make apps like that. Don't trust me with your personal information because I don't know how to guard it effectively. Not my forte. I can barely see the two moons on my iPad. Oh, so you can see them. I can see 1 pixel of the moons. Yeah, they're right here and right here. Yes, they are very faint, but I can see them. Although I'm not dealing with YouTube live stream compression, which I imagine is a bitch. Yeah, the night looks very, very beautiful. Let me also check something real quick. Let's go to Sky Safari. Oh, okay. Interesting. Yep, that's it's pretty neato. So we might try something. We might try something later on tonight. And because right now I can see Orion. We might try to capture Horsey with this thing. The Nebula. Let's see. Let me see if that would be possible. Okay, so let's see. I got. All right, I got about that. So 5.3 by 9.8. 5.3 by 9.8. So 5.3 by 9.8. 5.398. Okay. 5.3 by 9.8. I am way punched in. I am way punched in. Huh. I would have to take off the Barlow to try it because I am just way too punched in to see Horsey. Because literally at the focal length I'm at right now, I would barely be able to fit all of Horsey in the image. So I would have to back it off by a metric fuck ton, which the I do have the pieces I need to make that happen. The Whore's Head Nebula. Sounds like a skit from Family Guy. No, it's the Horsehead Nebula. But if you find a brand new nebula never seen before, feel free to name it whatever you want. I will support you and your decisions, AT2. That would be great. Yeah, because I'm way too punched in to see it. Way too punched in. I would have to back this off to native, which I could do actually. You know, if we're successful with this, then we'll try it. How's that? 30 minutes, 29% remaining on battery. So let me turn on the infinite power. And we have power. Fuck off. Alright. Laptop is happy. Gonna down the brightness a metric fuck ton because we don't need it that bright. Yeah, I could make it a target for tomorrow night, assuming that the weather cooperates. Yet again, YouTube notifications don't work. Yeah, YouTube sucks. Dude, that's the clearest I've seen you capture maybe any planet. Oh, thank you. Yeah, it's a good night. Decide to take the opportunity. Just wait till I stack the frames. It's gonna look great. Current time is 8 p.m. Current time is 8 p.m. 8 p.m. Eastern Time, which is the only time zone that matters. Everything else is a lie. Let me check when the red spot will be visible again. Thanks for streaming. I tried to capture Jupiter tonight before my kids went to bed, but couldn't get to it. They love your stream. Oh, thank you. All right, let me check Sky Safari and see when the Great Red Spot should show itself. Okay, let's go back to Jupiter. Center, zoom in. All right, so all right, the Great Red Spot shows itself at 9:20 p.m. So we have an hour and 20 minutes before the red spot actually shows itself. So 1 hour, 20 minutes. That's not terrible. Let me check the battery. We're at 81% battery, but like I said, I can always plug that in later. And so people understand the setup, I'll just go down the list real quick. The telescope is a Celestron CPC 800 Edge HD. We are going through a Celestron 2X Barlow to an ASI 174mm monochrome camera. Powering everything is the Jackery box, Jackery 240, and that's going through like the card jack that just comes with the scope. It's a pretty easy setup, not really anything to complain about. And the Finder Cam is an ELP. I can actually show you what the Finder Cam looks like real quick. Let me do that. I believe it's this one. Nope. Scene 2. There it is. There's the Finder Cam. So that spot in the center is Jupiter. And you'll see that little faint text box thing. That's supposed to be the crosshair, which I should really fix. So let's do that real quick. Let's fix that shit. Right there, maybe? Nope. I have to go up a little. There we go. Lock it in place. Yeah, that's better. And then this is just for live streaming rocket launches, which we haven't done in a while, but whatever. And full screen. Boom. And boom. Cool. So there's a bit behind the scenes. Reds, Merry Christmas. Have a little something for whatever. Thank you very much. I appreciate you and everything that you do. I shall spend that money on whatever indeed. Man, it is noisy. Stellarium is incorrect. Yeah, I'm using let's see. I'm using Sky Safari. Yep, that's now. So move forward in time. So Europa is actually going to go behind Jupiter. So this moon right here is Europa. That's eventually going to go behind Jupiter. And let's see. So Europa completely disappears at 8:50. The red spot shows itself at 9:20. So that's the schedule. That's the order of operations. But yeah, you can see right here and right here. Yes, 82 Productions. Absolutely. Hashtag no BK in prison. My stellarium does show Europa in the correct position. I didn't know its red spot prediction was wrong until now, but I suspect it is wrong. Yeah, I don't know what to tell you, man. Uh, Maybe it doesn't predict the rotation of Jupiter accurately. Basically, it doesn't predict the clouds of Jupiter, but it predicts everything else. I have downloaded Stellarium, but I'd be lying to you if I said that I've used it. I mean, it's an okay program, I guess. All right, yeah, but we're gonna keep going until we see the red spot, definitely. And then what I'll do is I'll try to get an image of Horsey, although keep in mind that the image is gonna suck, and I'll tell you why. It's because I'm currently using this scope in Alt As mode. I do not have a wedge for this thing yet. That would put it in equatorial mode, and even if I did, I wouldn't want to set it up anyway. Too much work. If I started the night with that in mind, that's a different thing, but uh, for tonight, it's just planetary, so it doesn't really matter. And Alt As is so much easier to set up. So much easier. What's the forecast, AT2? What's the forecast? And are we talking about New England or are we talking about Tampa? Decreasing clouds from sunset till about 10 p.m., then increasing clouds until sunrise. All right. Well, there you go. So let me check a few things. I'll be right back, guys. Just check a few things. Damn. I don't know why, but I'm pulling like over 100 watts on this battery. So for some reason, my computer is demanding a shit ton of power. So I'll have to grab the extension cord and solve that little problem. So, as of right now, everything is framed as it should. Telescope is tracking as it should, so I have some time. So let me get said extension cord so I can prevent this problem from fucking me later. And yeah, we'll go from there. So let me go ahead and do that real quick. Enjoy the sound of nature and or sirens. Be right back. All right, guys, extension cord has been acquired. I will now be doing extension cord things. All right. The extension cord is now doing extension cord things. We have infinite power. Probably should have done that to start, but whatever. It all worked out. There we go. All right, Jupiter's getting a little close to the edge there, so let me bump it back. Much better. Much better. Yep, better late than never. Yeah, for some reason the laptop was calling for more power than usual. Oh well, at least now it doesn't matter. Orion looks absolutely beautiful. So clear, so nice. All right, so just to highlight this, there's Europa right there, and Io. So, according to this, we have 15,000 frames captured. Still have over 468 gigs of free space, so we have enough power and memory to capture the Great Red Spot. So, we're good. Should probably bump Jupiter a little lower in the frame to keep that moon visible. And I'll do that if required. Oh, those are called flat frames. It's for processing. It's so like dark frames, light frames, flat frames. Those are to get rid of noise that's naturally introduced by an imperfect camera sensor. Whether the sensor itself is imperfect because there's some hot pixels here and there, and it also takes into account that the sensor may not be perfectly flush against the camera body. Um, all of these are really, really advanced and way above my pay grade. So I don't use them. Maybe I will in the future when I actually give a shit about taking pretty pictures. Right now, I don't really give a shit about taking pretty pictures. I'm all about getting information from my shots. My shots serve a purpose. They're not meant to look good or look pretty. They're meant to record what's actually there. and to do so in a way that is more simple than anything else. And this is because by doing it this way, you generate considerable amounts of flat Earth butthurt as a result. Um, if you use processing, like if you use too much processing, if you over process your images, then they're just going to claim you faked the shots, that you manipulated them way too much, that they no longer reflect reality, and that leads to um, that leads to problems later on. You don't get as much flat Earth butthurt for the amount of time that you invested in getting your images in the first place. So if you dial that back, then you actually get significantly more flat Earth butthurt per frame. So that's what I'm trying to do. Last time we were able, when I captured the shot of the International Space Station, the only thing I did was stabilization. That's it. I did some stabilization, maybe tweak the brightness a bit. That's all I did to that shot. And as a result, I generate about maybe 75 kilotons of flat Earth butthurt, and that's a good amount of butthurt to get per video, is around 70, 75, 80 kilotons of flat earth butthurt. So since the goal is to get as much flat earth butthurt as possible, we keep processing to a minimum. We use the least amount. So stacking is okay, adjusting the brightness and contrast is okay. Sharpening is kind of okay as long as you don't use any AI generated shit, because AI just adds information to your shot and that diminishes its value in terms of its power to acquire flat earth butthurt. So this is why we do what we do in the way that we do it. Again, it's to generate the most amount of flat earth butthurt per frame. And I think we're doing a pretty good job right here, right now. So significant amounts of butthurt from the flat earthers will be coming as a result of this time lapse. So yeah. Yeah, it's for professional astrophotographers, and I don't claim to be a professional. Not at all. I mean, I'm better than Loki, that's for damn sure. Because hey, Loki, if you're watching, go fuck yourself. By the way. But Loki sets a extremely low bar. In all honesty, you could probably point your iPhone at the sky and get a better shot than he could. Yeah, basically, this program has the capability of doing real time processing. I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to do that. Haven't fucked around with it. Not going to start now. I do all the processing after the fact, and that's what you see in the top right to the mid right. Basically, I set the gain, set the frame rate. What output do I want? I'm choosing FITS files because Astronomy Live's software works great with FITS files, and it also is, I believe, a lossless format, which is exactly what I'm looking for. There's a fix I'm working on for the red spot. Okay, so turns out stellarium is kind of a known issue. My red spot prediction was based on 10 years ago, so it's off. There's a fix I'm working on. Excellent. But yeah, it says that the red spot should be visible by 9:20, so we have little less than an hour to go before we start to see the red spot. So far so good. As much as I wish this time lapse will influence Flurf minds, I don't think it will. They will just generate more ad hoc cope explanations because it's not about facts for them. Absolutely. Uh, but it's the cope that we're looking for. Again, if we're not able to pry their heads out of their ass, the least we can do is generate entertainment for ourselves. And the way we generate that entertainment is through Flat Earth Butthurt. And so that's what I've been doing throughout my time here on YouTube, is just generating as much Flat Earth Butthurt as possible. And we've had, good results so far. And the Butthurt is it has very it has a lot of uses. Let's be honest here. You can use Flat Earth Butthurt as a sweetener. It's very very delicious. You can use Flat Earth Butthurt as rocket fuel. You can put it in the gas tank, and it'll get you an extra 20 miles. Um, Flat Earth Butthurt can also be used as a training aid for dogs to sniff out cope and seething. So you're able to train dogs to sniff that out. Um, they can they're used to alert owners that maybe, just maybe, they should get off of TikTok. So that's another thing. You can also use Flat Earth Butthurt as a meme coin, and you can mint uh, actual meme coins with Flat Earth Butthurt because it's both a solid liquid and gas. So the world is your oyster with Flat Earth Butthurt. It's very very useful, actually, very valuable. Yes, the ass cream. Slick 666. Yes, there's plenty of that going around with Flat Earth Butthurt. Um, although I tend to keep that stock away from them. That kind of defeats the purpose. I mean, such a thing exists. I mean, you can give flat earthers a lot of preparation H, but why ruin the fun? Why ruin it? Man, Europa's getting really, really close to Jupiter. We should see Europa disappear in about 15 minutes. 15 minutes or less. But I don't know if you can see it, but it is directly above Jupiter in the frame. Directly above Jupiter. Rog, you're absolutely right about that Antarctic trip. So much butt hurt. So much butt hurt. That one trip to Antarctica has generated basically a year's supply of flat earth butt hurt. And we're going to be milking that shit for years to come. Oh, you're talking about the non sequitur show. Yeah, that was with Steve McRae and Kyle Curtis before Kyle Curtis fucked it up for everybody. Yeah, Steve asked me to be a co-host on that show, but I just didn't have the time. I couldn't give it the attention that it deserved. I never wanted to be a co-host on it anyway. So I politely declined. And yeah, that's basically it. They had a good thing going, too. But then Kyle had to get a wild hair up his ass, and the rest is history, as they say. And there goes my dogs. Looks like someone is home. Yay. I'm no longer home alone. Well, it was nice while it lasted. Let me run inside real quick. Any chance you can keep the light off? All right. Yes, I see you, dogs. I see you. If you fuck with the scope, I'm gonna kill you. All right. Let me run inside real quick, guys. Gonna cover this up for a moment and mute the audio. So, BRB. All right, so we are back. Thank you very much, guys, for your patience. I appreciate all of you. And I got great news. My dogs did not knock over my scope, rip the wires out, or anything like that. I was able to defend the apparatus. So we're still good. We are still good. Hmm. Yes, the nameless, faceless they. Flat earthers are terrified of they. They could be referring to well, the Illuminati, lizard people, Freemasons. Basically, insert shadow organization here. The shadow organization is they, the nameless, faceless they that control everything. They made the earth round because they want to fool you and blah, blah, fucking blah. All right, so right here at the top of Jupiter, like almost touching it, is Europa. It's about to disappear behind Jupiter. That's so fucking cool. I wouldn't have the dynamic range to see Venus uh, during the daytime, at least not with this camera. I'm sure you could, but you would need to find it first, which I imagine would be kind of a bitch. The nameless, faceless they, the scary they, all the fucking time. They're scared of they, but not scared of pump and dump crypto schemes. All right, Europa should be disappearing behind Jupiter in the next 5 minutes. It's like maybe a few pixels between Europa and Jupiter. Just a few pixels. If you can't see, that should look like a small bump at the very top of Jupiter. The way Jupiter is situated in the frame, it's at the very top of Jupiter in the frame. Europa is going over the curve. Basically, this is evidence that we're dealing with three-dimensional space. It's going to go behind Jupiter. Yeah, copyright issues. I'm going to try to avoid that. What's funny is that sometimes when I play copyright free music, I still get hit with some bullshit. Fucking sucks. Best to not even attempt to fuck with copyright. Thank you very much. Southeast Australia. Nice. Southeast Aussie land. All right, I'm calling it. Europa is now touching Jupiter in the frame. That's so fucking cool. That is so fucking cool right there. See the stars rotate clockwise, south celestial pole. Yeah, I want to go to Aussie land someday, but to get there is really expensive. It's almost like flying across the entirety of the fucking planet isn't exactly cheap. I mean, what is the flight? Like 20 hours or something like that? Fucking brutal. All right, Europa is still visible, but barely. You guys may not be able to see it, but for me, it's just barely visible. So we've captured 1 hour and 38 minutes, just about. 1 hour, 38 minutes of Jupiter awesomeness. That should make for a pretty good time lapse regardless. But we're still capturing. We're still collecting frames. We have 21,700 frames so far. Excellent. Make for a good rolling stack right there. All right, I can still see Europa, but holy crap, is it difficult. It's about to disappear completely here. I would say probably another minute and it'll be gone. You won't be able to see it anymore because it will have gone behind Jupiter. Let me check Sky Safari on Jupiter. Yep, there it is. All right, and the big red spot is going to be. All right, how do I describe this? All right, it's going to be on the dark band that's towards the bottom right. So it'll be the lower dark band that the great red spot will be on. And as of right now, the great red spot is directly on the bottom of the image of Jupiter as it sits in the frame. I can see it on Sky Safari right now, but it's not very clear to my scope, at least not yet. But it's just now rotating into view. And if we wait till 9:20-ish, we should see it clearly. So about 30 more minutes. In 30 minutes, we should see the red spot more clearly. Astronomy Live has some sort of stacking software that he uses that, derotates, compensates for field rotation. So I'm going to use whatever method he used, and I'll post the results later on Blue Sky. All right, I'm going to call it here. I cannot see Europa at all anymore. So there you go. It's now behind Jupiter. I'm also going to take this opportunity to recenter Jupiter in the frame. Do that. That's good. Keep Jupiter and the moon in the frame. So the moon uh, that is still visible is Io. So there we go. All right, so I made that adjustment at frame 22,600 ish. I don't think we're going to see Io moon set. Let's see. Check Sky Safari. Zoom out a bit. Yeah, ain't gonna happen. All right, I'm going to say that the red spot's going to be very visible at 9:20 p.m. 9:20. Current time is 8:56. So yeah, Io is going to remain visible. All right, let me check the sky. The sky is beautiful tonight. Absolutely gorgeous. Yeah, an equatorial mount would definitely be better, but it's just a pain in the ass to set up. And tell me, guys, can you see Io right here? There it is, circling it right now. Can you see that on the live stream? There it is, right there, pointing at it right now with the cursor. Can you see that? Let me know if that's visible. And yes, an equatorial mount would definitely be better, but it's such a pain in the ass to set up, and I just don't feel like it. Not only that, I don't even have a wedge, so I couldn't set up even if I wanted to. At least not yet. Ah, yes, so it is visible. Sweet. So you guys can see it in the frame. Excellent. It's barely visible. Io is visible, yes. All right, guys. You may not be able to see this, but at the very bottom of Jupiter in the frame, I think that's the red spot. It's just now coming into view. There's a darker patch right here. That's the red spot, I think. It may not show up all that well on the stream, but I can definitely see it. Again, it's gonna get better as time goes on. Give it about 20 more minutes, and it should be way more visible to you guys. It's getting there. It's getting there. We're getting close. So I'm going to run inside for a quick moment. Entertain yourselves in the meantime. Uh, enjoy the sound of traffic. I will be right back. All right, I am back. Thank you very much for your patience, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, brothers and sisters. Ugh. No one else in the chat eats cheese? What the fuck happened here? Dude, when did the conversation change like this? Now we're talking about cheese? I mean, cheese is awesome, don't get me wrong, but when did the conversation just change like that? Anyway. Oh yeah, you can definitely see it like right here. There's the red spot. I can definitely see that. It's at the very bottom of the frame, or very bottom of the planet, as it sits in the frame. There it is, right there. My favorite cheese? Oh my god, that's like trying to ask me to pick my favorite telescope. They're all beautiful in their own way. My favorite cheese. Ugh. See, I could be boring and say cheddar. I could be slightly less boring and say provolone. But I'm going to be dangerous. I'm going to say blue cheese is my favorite. Blue cheese. But there's this, I can't remember the brand, but there's this like Alaskan blue cheese. It's a special kind of blue cheese. I wish I could remember the brand, but I don't know. Anyway, hang tight, I'll be right back. All right, I am back. Let's see. Porter, no, over here. Come here. Come here, doggo. Come here, you. Do you have bad habits? I think you do. For example, you lick everything. Tables, chairs, people who don't want to be licked. Sit, 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 sit. There you go. Good boy. That's a good boy. That's a good boy. Oh, you want belly rubs? Yeah. Yeah, yeah. There we go. Don't trip over the wires. Otherwise, bad things happen to the scope and you. Porter, over here. Away from the scope. Dumbass. All right, let's bring you inside. Come on. Come on, both of you. Both of you dumbasses. Let's go. Porter, come on. Inside. Oh, God. Okay. Anyway, now that that's done. All right. Oh, yeah. There it is. Right there. But like I said, we got about 9 more minutes before the red spot is, more visible than it is right now. So, Slick 666, here's the situation. I'm currently in Florida right now. Um, I moved to New England for a job opportunity. I've been loving it for, 2 years because that's when I took the job 2 years ago. It's been great. Um, for my home, which is now in New England, I have a cat. The cat's name is Milo. For Florida, I have 3 dogs. Um, you have Bailey, which is a golden retriever. You have Porter, which is a chocolate lab. And then you have Callie, which is a uh, kind of like a Jack Russell mix. But anyway, she was a runt, so we adopted her. Porter is the dumbest of the bunch. Bailey is the most lazy, and Callie is the most aggressive. So that's all of them. So 1 cat in New England and 3 dogs in Florida. Yay! My S50 is now pointed at Horsey. Woo! So, guys, if you all could do me a favor, if you all could please go to Blue Sky and make an account if you haven't done so already, because I would like to follow every single one of you. Um, my handle is at redsrhetoric.bluesky.social, so follow me there. I'll be posting more updates and images and stuff like that. And if you all post your stuff there, I would very much like to see it. I'm no longer on Twitter because, quite honestly, fuck Twitter. Sounds like fun. Yeah, sometimes it's fun until the cat vomits under your bed and you don't discover it for a while. Then it's really not fun. It's kind of awful, to be honest with you. Yeah, guys, let me know if this is coming through. Do you guys see this dark area right here? Circling it right now. Do you guys see that? That's the red spot right there. So, it's definitely there. Still better than a cat vomiting on you when you are asleep. Owning cats. And now everything I love and adore is covered in cat hair. Woohoo! My stellarium is now accurate. Woo! Congratulations. So that means y'all can follow along. Cats are like a weird roommate that demands worship and requires you to feed them snacks. Yes, absolutely. Also, when I sweep my house and get rid of all the cat hair, it then gets replaced with more cat hair. And then I'm just sitting there wondering, how do you produce so much hair? Everything gets covered in cat hair. Absolutely fucking everything gets covered in cat hair. Tau Ceti Alpha just went outside watching Jupiter. Yeah, it's beautiful. Absolutely gorgeous. It's a beautiful night. Absolutely beautiful. I'm glad I did this. A bit cold for me. Tau Ceti, you're speaking to the choir. Fucking hate the cold. I'm a Florida boy for a reason. Holy shit. I do not like New England. I do not like New England. I hate the weather. I hate the roads. I hate the drivers. I especially hate the drivers. It sucks up there. Fucking terrible. But god damn it, the money is good. So, looks like I'm staying for a bit. 6.8 degrees Fahrenheit. Yeah, fuck that. Fuck that. Just absolutely fuck that. Fuck all the way off with that. I mean, right now it's like in the 40s and I'm already miserable. All right, so we've collected 28,350 frames, 2 hours, 7 minutes. So that's again really good amount for a time lapse. This is going to be so fucking clean when it's done. 21 degrees Fahrenheit here. Yeah, fuck that too. Basically, it's like this. If you have a hurricane heading towards Florida, what you'll see on the shoreline is a whole bunch of Floridians in their Spartan gear with chiseled abs, swords drawn, shields up, ready to do fucking battle. But the very moment the temperature dips below 60 degrees Fahrenheit, we cower, we run. It's like that scene from Monty Python with the little tiny rabbit. Everyone is using Fahrenheit. Absolutely. Here we use freedom units. Reds, I photographed Jupiter at like negative 20 degrees Fahrenheit. No joke. Dude, you're fucking nuts. That is straight nope territory. Yeah, I'm around Tampa. 50 degrees here in Central Florida. Let's see. So, according to this, let's see what the temperature is. Yeah, about 50. 50 degrees here as well. Well, 49. Okay, so 49 degrees where I am right now. Yeah, that's looking really nice. All right, so there's the red spot right there. Again, we're going to continue to watch this, but it's going to get more and more visible as the planet rotates. But there's the red spot right there. It's a slightly darker area right there. Good shit. Good shit. In Osceola County. Nice. Let's check Sky Safari again. To now. So, the red spot will be about halfway through at about 10:30ish. Oh, we'll keep going as long as we can. I might step away for a moment to eat some food because I am getting hungry. But the live stream will continue. I have unlimited internet, unlimited power, and a beautiful sky above me. What's not to love? Yeah, is it visible on the live stream, guys? The red spot? It's 11 in Michigan. Yeah, no, absolutely not. I That's way too cold for me. Fucking Michigan is no joke too, especially in the winter. Slick 666, like I said, freedom units will always be superior. We use freedom units here. Respect my authority. And I don't understand what the fucking problem is. Look, water freezes at 32 degrees Fahrenheit, boils at 212, and I don't understand why that's so fucking difficult. There's 5,280 feet in a mile, 12 inches in a foot. How is this complicated, guys? Do you understand what I'm telling you? Yeah, there it is right there. The red spot. All right. In a moment, I'm going to once again bump Jupiter in the frame. It's practically above me, but I'm going to get some food real quick and I'll be right back. All right, so we are back. I'm going to bump Jupiter in the frame again. Oh, that's looking good. And I have Wendy's. Excellent. No, that's looking really good. I don't know, someone just brought Wendy's. It's a good night. Yeah, what's a smoot? What the fuck is a smoot? 5'7" is a smoot? I'll tell you one thing, I'm not 5'7". 'Alright, I'm back. Sorry about that, guys. Had to deal with a situation with the animals, with the doggos, and also to get some fries. Alright, we're at 9:35, and we've been recording for 2 hours, about 24, so 2 hours, 24 minutes, 35 seconds, 32,000 frames collected. Fucking awesome. Oh yeah, and just to be clear, I'm 6'6". That's my height. I don't know where you got this 5'7" bullshit. How dare you? Now I have heard of a fathom. What is a fathom, by the way? Can someone define a fathom for me? I've heard of it, but I don't know what it is. And a furlong too. Fathom is 2 yards, and sorry, you're 1.16 smoots. That's a weird unit of measurement, but I'll take it. Yeah. No, 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 no. I'm serious. I'm 6'6". That's not a joke. I am 6'6". I'm a tall, lanky motherfucker. Looks ball shaped to me. Absolutely. It even rotates like one. All right, guys. Tell me if this is coming through. You see that red spot right there? The great red spot? Well, it's not red on the screen. This is a black and white camera, but you know what I mean. But you see the great red spot right there? Tell me if that's coming through on the live stream. 6 foot 6.6. You know what? I'm just gonna say 6 foot 6.6 just to piss him off. Can see a little discoloration there. Good. See, Eric? Teamwork. That's what I'm talking about. And we both got something out of it. You got to fix your stellarium. I got to record some awesome shit. That will generate flat Earth butthurt when I post it. All right, and we are at 2 hours 30 minutes. 2 hours 30 minutes. Excellent. Yeah, we should ask ourselves, is there a flat Jupiter society? We need to unfocus to see the real Jupiter. Don't know if I can make that happen, man. Can't bring myself to do it. What slightly annoys me is when you see these posts of out of focus plants saying, "This is what it really looks like." As if we can't just focus a telescope and look for ourselves. They're hoping that you are as lazy as they are. They're banking on your laziness. Because when they say do your own research, they don't actually mean it. It's bullshit. It has always been bullshit. They're banking on your laziness and they want you to remain ignorant because of that laziness. They're hoping that you'll swallow their bullshit whole and not look for yourself. Unfortunately, I took it as a fucking challenge. Yeah, but there it is. Very visible right there. There's the red spot. Right there. That's going to look really good when I stack these images. That's going to look really, really good. All right, guys, here's the game plan. I'm going to go to um, maybe 10:30. I'm going to stay on Jupiter till 10:30. It's 9:47 right now. So I'm going to keep collecting frames until 10:30. That will conclude the time lapse of Jupiter. After that, I'm going to switch out the star diagonal with just a straight tube, I guess. It's the Celestron T-ring adapter, and that will allow me to capture Horsehead with a wider field of view, and we'll try that. And it's getting really, really cold. But yeah, so that's the plan. I'm going to continue to film Jupiter until 10:30. Then we're going to switch to some deep sky objects just to see what happens. I never tried seeing deep sky objects with this scope, at least not yet. Worth a shot, I guess. Saturn would be the best place for tourism and sightseeing. I imagine the rings would just be fucking beautiful. Seeing the rings up close would just be amazing. If I could go on that trip and not die in the process, oh yeah, I fucking do it. Uh oh. That is so fucking sick. Oh, that is so fucking sick. Guys, I don't know if you saw that, but did you see Jupiter like shimmer a lot right there? That's because a plane literally passed right by. Just out of frame. Just out of frame, though. It passed right by Jupiter and made the planet shimmer like a lot. Did you guys see that? That was fucking cool. So the current time is 9:50 p.m. We have over 35,000 frames captured, only 15 dropped. Really, really good. 2 hours, 39 minutes. All right, I'm going to move the planet in the frame. Let me adjust. All right, there we go. Much better. Yeah, you can definitely see the great red spot right there. You can definitely see it. It's looking really, really good. Frame rate didn't allow the coolness to come through. Damn. Yeah, there's Io right there. Right there. And the red spot is right there. Very nice. Very, very nice. Yeah, this is great. Just sit back, relax, collect some frames. I have well over 100 gigabytes, though, of data. 100 gigs that I'm going to have to go through and sort through. Fucking wow. Because if you remember, we started with like, I don't know, 505 gigs of free space, and now we're down to 377 gigs of free space. So that's a lot. And I'm going to have to go through all that shit and process it. It's going to be fucking brutal. I'll probably have to let this thing run all night just to get through it all. So let me make a phone call real quick. Nope. All right, no answer on that one. Probably call me back later. Was attempting to get in contact with Astronomy Live because I wanted to get his stabilization software working on this thing. I have a particular version of his stabilization software that allows me to stabilize space station shots. It's really really good. I was wondering, would I use something similar for planetary stabilization and stacking and that kind of thing? Because his software will do stacking, even though I don't do that for ISS tracking shots. But I imagine it would be pretty good for something like this. All right, thank you very much for stopping by, Monochromatic. I appreciate you and everything that you do. Take care. You know, funny story, Slick 666, about that hurricane. If it wasn't for the hurricane, I wouldn't be seeing Jupiter right now because there would be a tree in the way. That tree obviously is no longer here because of the hurricane. That stabilization for ISS is amazing. Yeah, I agree. I posted the new stabilized version on Blue Sky. I think it looks pretty damn good, although Blue Sky still has some teething issues. So I did have to nuke the quality a bit to get it to fit within the file size limits. That's a damn shame, though. I had to nuke the quality so much, but on the next go, I'll be using Astronomy Live's stabilization software to fix that. But yeah, if you go on Blue Sky and you watch it, just know that I had to nuke the quality quite a bit. I mean, I had to. I had no other choice. Yeah, originally this was 1936 by 1216, which is what the maximum resolution of this camera, as you can see right here. But when I had to nuke the quality down, I nuked it down to like 720p quality, maybe even 480p quality. So if it kind of looks like ass compared to what was posted on YouTube, that's the reason why. But yeah, I had to nuke the quality down. Jupiter rotates so damn fast for its size. Yes, yes, it does. The red spot wasn't visible when we started this stream, and now 2 hours, slightly more than 2 hours, 45 minutes later, we now see it. And there it is, right there. Right there. Nice red spot. And there's the moon Io, right there. Excellent. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Had to. When I saw that it was going to be a beautiful night, I was like, I have to do this. And I'm glad I did. It all worked out. Jupiter is flat. Join the Flat Jupiter Society. Yeah. But yeah, the tree's no longer here. So you can thank the hurricane for that. We had to chop it down the rest of the way, chop it up and move it out. And now there's a truck parked where the tree should be. But it's not blocking anything. Maybe I can get a shot of this for you guys. I'll do my best. All right. I may post that to Blue Sky later. But yeah, I can clearly see the red spot now. You can clearly see it's right there. Io is still visible right there. That's so fucking sweet. Yeah, this is the first time I've ever captured the Great Red Spot. First time. Every other time, Jupiter just wasn't cooperating with me, but tonight, tonight it cooperated with me. Thank you, Jupiter. Tonight it cooperated with me, and I was able to live stream it. So, yay. Good stuff all around. How long till Europa moonrise? Good question. Let's find out. So let's go to Sky Safari again. Let's go further in time. Okay. So it'll be coming out of Jupiter's shadow at 12:10 a.m. I don't think I'm going to be here for that long. And even if I wanted to, I don't know if I have enough disk space to capture it, even if I wanted to. But yeah, 12:10 a.m. is when Europa would reveal itself again. I got Jupiter in my scope now. But just watching it, not doing imaging. Well, good. You can see what I'm seeing, and you can confirm that what you see on my live stream is what is actually there in reality. So you're seeing it yourself, and you're watching my live stream at the exact same time. You can confirm that what I'm showing is legit. This is actually what Jupiter looks like right now. Hmm. Okay. That was Big Mike texting me, telling me that my shit will be ready for pickup tomorrow. Good. Let me text him back. All right, like I said, guys, we're gonna keep on recording. Let's see, we'll go for, and we'll stretch it a bit. Let's go for 3.5 hours total. So we're at 2 hours, 53 minutes. We're gonna keep recording until we hit 3 hours, 30 minutes. So 3 hours, 30 minutes total. I think that's good. That's a good time lapse. Good data. Everything we could ever want. So yeah, 3 hours, 30 minutes. Good time lapse, good data. Copious amounts of flat Earth butt hurt. Roger that. I gotta say, Roger that. Toss the link in. Get some butt hurt flat earthers in here. We could use some entertainment. Yeah, you can definitely see the red spot right there. There it is. All right. Sounds like a plan to me. That's going to be awesome. I did a 29-minute time lapse on Jupiter and lots of motion. Excellent. So, so 3 hours 30 minutes of data should give us one hell of a time lapse. Yep. The wind picked up ever so slightly. A shitload of fits. Yep, we're up to 38,000, no, 39,000 frames. And every single one of those frames is in fits. So, yeah, a shitload of fits. I'm going to have so much fun processing all of this shit. So much fun. Can't fucking wait. This is going to be brutal. This is going to be so fucking brutal. The shit I do. The shit I do to myself, for all of you guys, and for Flat Earth Butthurt. My word. Red's processor's going on strike. Yep. We now go live to Red's Rhetoric's computer. Just continuous screaming as it tries to process all of this shit. The fuck? That's interesting. Getting weird fucking text messages now. Oh boy. Alright, guys, we're going to be at nearly, almost at 40,000 frames. We're at 39,600 roughly. I know, just hanging out with the fam jam, doing some stuff with the scope while I'm in Florida, taking advantage of the good weather that's down here. It's cold, but I can actually feel my hands, and the air doesn't hurt my face. And sometimes I wonder, why do I live where the air hurts my face? Here, like I said, it's cold, but I can feel my hands and the air doesn't hurt my face. Alright, I'm going to have to move Jupiter in the frame again. So let me do that real quick. There we go. A little bit lower, but that's fine. There's the red spot. Right there. Looks pretty good. It's going to look really good with everything in time lapse. All right. A little less than 29 more minutes. Let me get the other piece for the scope. I'll be right back. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I have the adapter piece for the camera when the time comes, and we will attempt to capture an image of Horsey before we call it a night. So we're going to go for about, I don't know, 37, not 37, 27 or 26 more minutes. Then we will change the adapters for the camera, try to capture an image of Horsey, and then call it a night. That will be the grand finale, is capturing an image of Horsey, if we can. Or maybe I can just say fuck it and take the easy way out and just remove the Barlow. Yeah, that's probably what I'll do. I'll just remove the Barlow and call it a day. We'll see. We will see. Now, I'll probably just use the adapter since I can get a cleaner shot without the star diagonal in the way. Because this star diagonal that I'm currently using, it's not the best. It's actually kind of shit. Fuck. Great. Let's see what this shit is all about. Okay. Interesting. Let me send this to myself. All right, let me check something out real quick. Gonna go off screen for a moment. We're still collecting frames, so all is well. Do not panic, do not be alarmed. Just want to check something out real quick. See what the dealio is. Mm-hmm. All right. Literally nothing of value. Literally nothing of value. Okay, that was a big batch of fucking nothing. Back to full screen. Sorry about that, guys. As you can see, we are still collecting frames. Let's see, it was out. Your software, period. Anywho. All right, let me get back to here. Giddy up horsey. Yes, absolutely. We're at 3 hours, 8 minutes. And the great red spot is right there. Nice. Very clean shot. Very, very clean shot. You guys should be able to see that on the live stream. Someone's hot rodding today. All right, guys, Jupiter is basically right above me. Just so that we're clear. We're at 3 hours, 10 minutes, so 20 more minutes. A little less than 20 minutes. I went to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. Tried to invite. Yeah. Flat Earthers are welcome. They can explain what we're looking at. Got reported for advertising another site. Lol. Yep, there it is. Yep, there it is. Oh, this is beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. Beautiful shot of Jupiter. And yes, Peter, thanks for doing that and sacrificing yourself. Got reported for advertising another site. So they get butthurt when you advertise a YouTube video slash live stream. That's something. I think they wouldn't get butthurt over such things, but flat earthers, what are you gonna do? C Star S50. Yeah, I heard about the Sea Star. It's one of those smart scopes, those smart telescopes. I heard they're pretty good, and they're excellent for beginner astronomers, people like me. But yeah, Jupiter is really clear. Look at that. You can even see like the contours in the cloud line. You can see how it's wavy right here. It's not exactly even. It's not like a nice clean band. There's like texture to it. And you can see the red spot right here. God, this is so fucking good. That is so fucking good right there. That is just awesome. We're getting some epic shots right now. We only lost 18 frames out of 43,000. Hang on one second. Hello, Astronomy Live. Just so you are aware, I am on a live stream. Don't say anything incriminating about the dead bodies in your backyard.
Oh, thank you for notifying me of this. Yes.
Yes, excellent. So, about those dead bodies in your backyard.
No. I plead the fifth.
There you go. Anyway, I'm currently imaging Jupiter, and let me tell you something. It is gorgeous. I can see the great red spot. It's pointed right at me. It's looking beautiful. But I was calling about your stabilization software for stabilizing and correcting for field rotation. Is that through the same program that you sent me that stabilizes ISS, or is it
No.
something different?
No, it's a bit different. It's very similar, but it's a bit different. The way it's currently coded, it is designed to work through input video, but it could be easily recoded to work with both bits.
Could you? Is that something that would take a while to do?
A while being an hour or two, yeah, but not a huge while.
Okay, because currently, and you might want to sit down for this, I have collected 43,300 frames and counting. I'm currently capturing at 4 frames a second. So,
And I assume it's saving as bits.
FITS files, Mono 16, 1936 by 1216.
Okay.
And so,
As
give her.
long as the timestamp is accurate in the files, that will massively help.
Yeah, I put down the file name as Jupiter 711. That means I started at 711.
Okay.
So I know the time I started. I know where I am. The FITS files are doing FITS file things.
Yeah, and so, yeah, I mean, you may be saving at 4 frames a second, but that's probably probably somewhat variable, give or take 10%, I'm guessing. So
Something like that.
something like that. So that's why I say the timestamps would be helpful. It'd be easiest if the timestamps encoded in each of the files is actually relatively accurate. It doesn't have to be to the second, but at least to the minute accurate, which it should be, because it should be going off the computer clock. So it should be plus or minus at least a few seconds.
Yeah, I can
That
confirm that it does go off of the computer clock.
Yeah, yeah. Now that should work. I should be able to recode it and use the timestamps that are embedded in the FITS files as the time information to calculate for field rotation.
And it would work in the exact same way as the ISS thing, or would there
No,
be an?
it's a different program. I've got a separate program specifically for stacking planets and calculating for field rotation. Like I said, it runs off of video by default, and it runs off of knowing what the frame rate of the video is and trusting that that is a constant and accurate frame rate, which for just recording actual video, at least with, say, Blackmagic, it is. With a camera like yours that is dependent on computer speed to determine frame rate, that is not necessarily a constant. So I have to recode it so that it goes off of individual timestamps on each individual frame and then compute from that field rotation.
Understood. Understood. Okay. Is this something that you're able to do relatively soon, or would this be something that you would have to wait till after the holidays?
Probably after the holidays.
Well, that sucks because this is some good shit right here, but I can wait, I guess. I'll be patient just for you.
Thank you. Yeah, I mean, I can try to tackle it at some point if I get free time, but it'll probably be at least after Christmas.
Yeah, because I do want to let you know when I started, I think it was at 505 gigabytes of free space. I'm now at 341 and dropping.
Yeah, that's the wonderful world of astronomy raw data. Um,
Yeah, and
keep in
also,
mind, yeah, yeah. Keep in mind the other thing is the way it's currently coded. It stacks a set number. There's a set cutoff number before it runs the stack because again, it assumes that the frame rate is constant.
is it a
Um,
rolling stack like your other program?
no, no, because rolling stack it could be, but it is not currently set up that way because rolling stack processing time would be astronomical to do a rolling stack. You could put that, but it would take days instead of hours.
Oh,
Um,
yeah. I would rather not wait days to process and have my computer screaming bloody murder the entire time.
right. So, yeah, it's not currently set up to do that. And it's currently set up, if I recall correctly, to do a hard cutoff number of frames before it goes and runs the stack. And so, again, that works well when it's a constant frame rate. But in your case, it would need to be recoded to be a time limit rather than a frame limit to make sure that the time intervals are constant because you don't want variable time intervals because then it'll look like Jupiter is speeding up and slowing down throughout the time lapse.
Yeah, that would be quite shit. So if we could avoid that, that would be absolutely fantastic.
Yeah, again, all doable, just requires, me having time to recode it to change how it functions based on using the input of the directory of FITS files as opposed to a single video file.
I see. Okay, then I guess what I'll be forced to do then is hold on to these frames until
Yes.
further notice and then process it later. Um, Let me ask you, when you are processing your planetary images, how long does it usually take? Well, I guess I should first ask, how long do you record for, and then how long does it take to process that length of video?
I mean, I've recorded for hours at a time to do Jupiter and Saturn. Um, and in terms of how long it takes to process, it's a bit different because I'm going from a Blackmagic RAW file, converting that to MP4, then feeding that into the stacking program. And then that process takes, I don't know, usually I leave it while I go to work, and then when I come back, it's done. So give it 8 hours. But it may take less than, again, it's one of those things I just set it and forget it and come back sometime later.
I see. So basically, set it, go to bed, wake up, enjoy.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, that makes sense. That tracks. Okay. Then fuck. Okay, your mission, should you choose to accept it, is to get this done as soon as possible. If you do decide to wait until after the holidays because you're doing things with your family, then I guess I can tolerate it and not reveal the fact that you have dead bodies in your backyard.
Thank you.
And but yeah, let me tell you something. This shot of Jupiter is fucking dope. It's awesome, especially through a
Sounds
two,
good.
especially through a 2x Barlow. It was awesome. But before I let you go, I got one final question. Would I be able to see Horsey at native focal length?
Yes, but not advisable.
Why is it not advisable?
Because the only way I've ever gotten Horsey to look good at native focal length is with adaptive optics.
Well, I'm not planning on making it looking good. I just want to see the damn thing.
You say that, but trust me, you don't want streaky stars. This blurs the whole image. It's just not great. And I wouldn't do that without a wedge for another thing.
I see.
I mean, again, the only times I've ever gotten one is with a wedge, first of all. Second of all, normally um, I prefer less focal length, shorter f ratio, so that relatively shorter exposures produce brighter results.
Well, here's what I'm going for. I'm not actually going to worry so much about it looking good because I'm not actually going to capture anything. I'm just wanting to show people on the live stream.
Oh, I would. Yeah, I mean, you could try it, but I would use a focal reducer for that. I wouldn't do that native.
Got it. All right.
I
Well,
mean, again, you could do it if you're going to do it on a live stream. Like the only way I would recommend, you have binning on yours, right? You can do binning.
yep. 2x2.
Yep. You can't go 3x3.
I think the maximum binning that this thing will do is 2x2.
Well, try it 2x2. That'd be my only advice. Give it 2x2, and it may work.
All right. Basically, I just want to see that Horsey exists. That's it.
Right. And for that, I would say just bin it 2x2 and hope for the best. If you could go 3x3, go like 3x3.
All right. Sounds like a plan. So, all right. We have a game plan.
All right.
All right. Bye bye. So, that's that. Let's see if I can reframe this thing. Much better. Sorry about that sudden movement earlier. Held the button down for a little too long. All right. All right, guys. So we may have to wait for the time lapse, but it is what it is. But you can see the great red spot. You can see IO right there. I'm calling this a success. I will attempt to stack something tonight and get it out to you guys on Blue Sky. Please follow me on Blue Sky at redsrhetoric.bluesky.social. Please follow me there. If you haven't made an account yet, please make one. It is so worth it. It is much better than Twitter. Less bullshit. But yeah, we're going to give this thing a shot. We're going to try and capture Horsey. Once we're done here, we're going to let it go for 4 more minutes and then we're going to call it. Only 4 more minutes, guys. And so while we're at it, might as well take a look at Mars since that's visible as well. But yeah, we're gonna try Horsehead. We'll do Mars, and then we'll call it a night because Mars is visible. I can now see the great red spot on my scope barely. Good. So it is visible. Imagine that. Turns out this live shot is live. Getting some good data there, Reds. Absolutely. This was a total success. Absolutely a total success. I am so happy with these results. Absolutely amazing. We've gathered 46,000 frames. 46,000 frames. That's fucking awesome. That's absolutely fucking awesome. Love this shit. And out of the 46,000 frames we got, we only dropped 19 frames. That's awesome. Absolutely amazing. And like I said, I'll go through the frames and I will remove all the stragglers and the bullshit frames. But other than that, this has been a very, very successful night. Very successful. Super happy with it. All right, guys, we are down to 1 minute now, 60 seconds, and then we will stop the capture. There goes an airplane. And the scope is practically looking straight up right now. 30 seconds. Yeah. There goes the fries. All right, guys, 10 seconds. All right, and 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Stop the capture. There it is. 3 hours, 30 minutes exactly. 3 hours, 30 minutes exactly. All right, let's see if we can zoom in on this shit. Let me increase the frames per second to 30 frames per second. Yeah, there you can see it. So there's Jupiter zoomed in. Figure I would show that to you guys. So that's a live view right there. So let's do very nice, very clean. That's super good. Super, super good. Love that. Yeah, you can see the red spot right there. Nice and clean. That is a clean image. That is an extremely clean image. You can really see it there. Yeah, you can see it right there. Let's do some lucky imaging real quick. Let's do a quick capture at 30 frames per second. It's going to capture 2,000 frames real quick. Yeah, that's looking really, really good. We're just going to fly right through this. And then we're going to go to Mars. So there's 1,000 frames in just under a minute. So we have one more minute. All right, 100 frames to go. 50 frames to go. And there it is. Done. Excellent. Cool. Just wanted to capture some lucky imaging. All right, let's go to Mars. Let me bring this back to 75%. Let's go to Mars. All right, time to find Mars. There's Mars. There we can see Mars. Let's decrease the exposure a bit. Let's zoom in on that by 400%. Obviously, it's not going to win any astrophotography awards, but there's Mars. I think you can see some of the surface features. You can also see like some shading. So like shading up here, shading down here. So there's Mars. Looks pretty good, actually. It's cold as hell on Mars. All right, so guys, I'm going to make some adjustments. Let me go here because I'm turning off the program. And I need to make some adjustments. So let me do that real quick. We'll look at Horsey. All right. All right, guys, we are plugged in. Opening up Sharp Cap once again. Let's do this camera. And 174. Let me see if I can find Mars again. Not seeing it. It's probably the all right, guys, gonna have to use you as a finder cam again. We're pointed right at the damn thing. So let me increase the exposure by a metric fuck ton. Not seeing Mars. Shouldn't need to do that. Let's try pointing it at Jupiter again. Okay, the issue maybe, so let me use you guys as finder cam again. Getting closer, getting closer, getting closer. All right, we are pointed right at the damn thing. So I think the issue may be focus, because I see a little bit of light. So we gonna find it. Yep, there's the donut right there. So we gotta focus. So let me do that real quick. A bit more. A little bit. All right, let's bump this thing down a bit in frame. There it goes. There we go. Let me do this. Back to full full screen. Okay. Let's decrease the gain, metric fuck ton. Let's go back to here, increase that by 600 so we can refocus everything. And that's pretty good. A little bit back. All right, there we go. That's good. Just like that. So that's at native focal length right there. Let's go to 75%. That's at native focal length. Cool. All right. Let's see. Deep sky. Deep sky. All right, let's go to the Horsehead Nebula. All right. We should be pointed at Horsey. Let's see what this looks like. And keep in mind, I have no reason to believe this will work. So we're going to increase our exposure time by 10 seconds. Camera has reconnected. Not the fuck? All right. Don't know what the fuck that was all about, but let's see what happens. All right, I'm seeing something. Well, there's definitely stars. I see a lot of stars, so we are in focus, so that's good. Let's go to, wait a minute. Sharpcast detected that your Z drone has reconnected and is now attempt to continue imaging. Okay. Not exactly sure what it means reconnected. I guess it means because I unplugged it from the computer to change the interface. So let's see what 30 seconds does. Oh, I'm freezing my ass off right now. I ain't seen shit. Alright, hang on a second, guys. Let's do this. Okay, so let's try to find that star. Attack. Hang on 1 second, guys. see what that looks like. And we decrease the exposure time to 6 seconds. Should be focused on a particular star. I believe I see that star. Okay. Let's see. All right, fuck that. So we're not going to see Horsey. Let's try Orion, see if that does any better. It's a bigger target. All right, let's see what that looks like. All right. I think I see 4. Move that down a bit. Yep. There's the 4 stars. Excellent. So let's see what this looks like with an exposure time of 30 seconds just to see what happens. Gain set to max. Let's just see what happens. We're just fucking around at this point. Whoa. That is way too much. Way too much gain. Way too much gain. Let's knock that back a bit. We don't need that. We do not need that. Absolutely fucking not. Alright, that's much better. Alright, see what we can see. And like I said, guys, we're just fucking around here. We already got what we wanted. We don't need to do any more. Just fucking around, testing stuff out. Alright, so let's go back to normal mode. Let's increase the gain by a lot. Getting about 1.4 frames per second right there. It's down a bit. I'm trying to see any recognizable stars here, because I know I'm pointed at vaguely the right spot. The key word there is vaguely. Well, let me just explore around a bit. Because supposedly we're pointed right at the Orion Nebula. Right, let's see what else. All right, let's try this. All right, one last go, guys. Yeah, it's just not set for deep sky stuff. Yep, I think we're way too punched in to see really anything. All right, well, that's that. Well, guys, I hope you enjoyed whatever the fuck this was. Um, this has been fun. Did try to capture Horsey, but I don't think I accomplished that goal. Oh well, it is what it is. Can you try take a long exposure, see if anything shows up? Yeah, I can do that. We'll do long exposure mode. Let's take a 20-second exposure just to see what happens. Probably be overblown because the gain is set so high. And if that happens, I'll lower it. But supposedly we're pointed at the Orion Nebula. So That's what it looks like. Trying to see using Sky Safari if I can see any recognizable stars. I want to say, let's see. That's what I think it is. Then we're right in the thick of it. All right, I'm going to try Horsehead one more time, see what happens. Let's see what that looks like. Pay no attention to that motion. Normal at this point. There should be something there. Okay. Let's decrease the brightness just a tad. Because again, I'm not seeing any recognizable stars. That's about a 20-second exposure. I can find, I'm going to use you guys as a finder cam again. Bear with me for a quick moment. Okay, so my calculations are correct. We should actually be, that's probably the third star in Orion's belt, it looks like. So let's see if we can make some minor adjustments. Let's go right about here, up a bit. All right, let's see what that looks like. Because that's Orion's belt right there. Back to full screen mode. All right, what does this look like? Let's stabilize a bit. Because Horsey should be, let's see. Horsey should be right about there in the belt. So let me scoop this down a bit. All right, Horsey should be right about there. The bottom corner. Finder cam, what would I do without you? All right, let's see if we can see anything. Back to full screen so you guys can see it. All right, we're getting close. You're getting really close. Up, satellite passed by. Let's go back to the finder cam. Yeah, so supposedly we're pointed literally right at it. Those three stars, that's Orion's belt right there. Let's move down just a little bit more. There. See what that looks like. Because it's supposed to be in this area right here. I mean, we're practically pointed right at it. So give it a chance to settle. Then we'll see if we can see some horsies. Yeah, doing deep sky with this is just not the best. I don't think we're gonna see shit. Increase the exposure. Yeah. Increase the exposure to 35 seconds. See what I can see. See what I can find. That's that. Decrease the gain. All right, let's go back to full screen so you guys can see what I'm looking at here. Yeah, no dice today. All right, no dice on deep sky, but we did get Jupiter, which was the point. All right, guys, I'm going to call it a night here. I am going to say thank you very much for joining me. It was amazing. It was fun. It was real. I really do appreciate it. We've been streaming for quite a while. So I imagine that a lot of you are tired, but thank you very much for watching. I do appreciate it. And and yeah, that's pretty much it. Have a good night. See ya. Bye bye.